Agreed. Very count, probably got just a little 25. I mean, there's no, yeah, I mean, in one entity, organization is still trying to operate out of 1991. So we can be, I mean, when we do, I have some, and it costs us $16,000-$17,000 for 2 weeks. I mean, that's the majority of our, well, yeah, the money we get. Thankfully, we've, over the years, we've been able to HBC in those ways that we have. It's not like we're cash strapped. That's our
Yeah, can you hear us now?
Well, it's insane because of the amount of turnover that's happening with the rosters, and to expect every one of those to.
And then we only had a certain window of when we could do the
That's
training.
right. Yeah, that's right.
I think
Plus as I recall, part of the ethics thing brought into question whether some of the people that are on the LEPC could even function
yes,
because they had an interest in something that, according to the ethics, was inappropriate for them to have an interest in.
right.
And
It was. I mean, and I remember the message being, LEPCs have no qualms with ethics,
Right.
ethics training. It's just having us go through the state employee.
And let them put the pressure.
I give a few more minutes for people to
You know,
arrive.
yeah.
To
Is-
commissioners still on their way.
it definitely should be a local incentive to be in
I don't
LEPC,
want
but
to sit here and thump on them because it doesn't work,
no,
and.
we really have no real authority other than withhold.
Take hold.
funding.
If the
Right.
county knew that they didn't and they had funds that were available, they would put pressure on them to do that.
I've always thought that the facilities that their county is not benefiting from that because they're not active. But, again, if it's only a few $1,000s.
Yeah, it's not worth the effort to.
And I don't know.
full-time employee who's dedicated.
LEPC, I mean, we had,
Sure.
That was Jim again.
so does rescue become recovery? That's,
Yeah.
Are we getting just started here? It's just a few minutes. We're waiting on a couple more
it's,
commissioners that are running just a few minutes behind.
it's complicated.
Yeah.
And especially when somebody in one of the comments pointed out that, you know, this is all this
I'll have donuts over there to eat.
Awesome, okay.
See that
Good.
under posted.
Oh, the Ian.
And coffee?
Mhm.
Coffee.
Maybe even some coffee.
There you go.
Great. Jim.
I mean, it's a sad thing to say, but you need
On kind of talk about the day. Welcome everybody here. I'm kind of excited about today because I think today gives us the opportunity to do a deep dive into where we came from and understand where we came from, and then look at our environment today, and ways that we can improve the delivery of making Indiana safe, and move with the environment that we're in. And we'll talk about it as we go. Obviously there's snacks, coffee, water, some donuts over there. Restroom facilities are right outside the door. If we have to evacuate, use the closest exits getting out, that I want to have a area that we all gather back together, and there's a fire hydrant right out front in the middle there. That's where we'll gather to do our accountability if something happens. Lunch today, the commissioners and staff is IRC's picking it up. If we have visitors, they'll be paying for their own lunch today. Today is a day I'm excited because it's a day that we can think outside of the box, be creative, ideas. And I want us to use today is, if we spend only 2 hours or 3 hours every 3 or 4 times, it doesn't give us enough time to really look and evaluate where we've been and where we're trying to go. And I do want to try to deliver the best service for our Hoosiers in Indiana, for emergency responders, and ways that we can influence to do a better job, to communicate better. And so I'm excited just everybody's input. And Melissa, could you kind of take notes and ideas that are thrown out today? Can you take notes and ideas and stuff that are thrown out today? Because I want to compile them. We're going to go through a lot of stuff today that we're going to come back and reevaluate and hopefully get some concrete ideas about moving forward. One of the things as I was working on today is businesses have a mission statement, and it keeps the focus of the business where it needs to be. And I thought about this group here is just throwing an idea out, is think about, what is our mission and how do we fulfill it? Indiana code tells us a lot about it, But I think having our own mission statement about who we are and what we're trying to do to deliver to the state, I think that will help this commission whenever we're gone, is to keep that mission statement out there. I just wanted to throw that out there because I've thought about a lot about what is our mission? How do we deliver it? That way, this group will always stay on task about what we're trying to do to fulfill all the different things that we do. And just we plan for the future. You know, we have spills, fires, terrorism, employee error. There's a lot of things that contribute to why we are here today and the mission of this commission. And so do that. We'll talk just a little bit about the itinerary. I'm going to have Jeff Larmore. He's got a section just talk about where this commission has been and the history of it. And then we're going to take a break. And then at 10 o'clock or around 10 o'clock, we're going to start kind of the regular business type of meeting that we usually do, agenda. And then after that, we'll branch off to talk about all the different things, thinking outside of the box. And I put all of Indiana code together, and we're going to look at what the code says and how it's carried out. And I also want to talk about, and I don't know, was anybody aware that the federal government had did a study on emergency response commissions in the country?
Several years ago.
It was done last year.
Oh, last year.
Yeah, I came across that document and I have some really interesting things that are brought out. So some of the struggles we have is brought up in the report. And I want to talk about that report. Just so the struggles and the challenge that we have is not uncommon to the rest of the other 49 states. And they have some ideas in that document. And some of them we've discussed, but I just wanted to go over that too. And then after our business meeting, we'll take a break and then just discuss our challenges and then how to meet the challenges, along with just reviewing some of the things that are in the Indiana code, that what we can do, what we can't do, and then maybe some things that we can change in Indiana code. I do know, based upon what Jeff's told me already and some of the stuff that I had, there's a big reason about why we need to change. And I think our stakeholders in the state of Indiana will buy into it. So I don't know that sometimes changing legislation is a challenge because people don't show interest. But I think if we get the right people involved across Indiana and talk about the different things that are our weak spots and our challenges, that we can influence state code in a good way to help support our mission as a commission. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and I'll pull Jeff Larmore's thing up and pass it over to him.
I'd like Jim and Bruce to join me, please. When Marshall Jones asked me to talk about the history of the commission and how we've come to be where we are today, I mentioned to Steve that don't talk like this would be, got to have Jim and you got to have Bruce. You know, of the older folks on the committee, I'm still the young.
We call them necessary evils.
Yeah. So yes, Jim, my contribution to this was just kind of putting some words to paper. Where Jim and Bruce are so valuable is they understand, or they were there when those conversations were being had, and they understand maybe why the conversations were taking place and the emotions. You know, I told them they can make the words come alive. I can put them on paper, but they can help us all understand. So I just do the left thing here.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Right. By the right one. Okay. You do the. I need to go up here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise you can,
You're okay in here? Okay. So we're not going to read all the slides. We've only got about 12 or 13, but I thought it would be very important for us to know, if you don't know, that in 1984, there was an incident in India, which drove basically where we are today, since the Bhopal incident. And I thought it was really interesting that in January of 1986, Governor Orr actually signed an executive order creating a state task force for emergency response coordination, which was before EPCRA. And so in that, it was composed, it was basically a state commission. And had state police, civil defense, IDEM, well, one IDEM. Yeah, I guess it was IDEM.
It started in July of 86, or April of 86.
So National Guard, IDOH, anyway, one member from the Senate and one member from the House of Reps. And it was charged with submitting to the governor, there's a little typo here, an interim state emergency response coordination plan by April 1st, 1986. So executive order in January gave them less than 4 months to put together this response coordination plan, and then a long-range state emergency response coordination plan by July of 86. Then in October 17th, 1986, is when the federal government amended the comprehensive CERCLA, SARA Title III, and added a section focused on strengthening the rights of citizens and communities. And that became EPCRA. And then in April of 1987, the governors of this country were required to establish state emergency response commission, and each governor would designate a state emergency CERT that is responsible for implementing EPCRA.
As a sidebar, Governor Orr was really engaged in that very well, because that spring we had a golf tournament down in Columbus at Otter Creek Golf Courses. And he and I were sitting there talking, ball, et cetera, and Cummins and all those good stuff. I heard someone say, 4, and golf ball almost hit him in the head. That's almost got him killed before he signed it into law.
I hope I don't block people, but I'm going to try this with the arrows. So again, going on with that early legislation. So in April of 87, Governor Orr signed an executive order creating what was then the Indiana Hazardous Waste Materials Emergency Response Commission. It established an IERC and an IERC advisory committee. And it designated each county as an emergency planning district, creating 92 LEPCs back in 87. In 89, Governor Bayh signed an executive order reconstituting the Indiana Hazardous Waste Materials Emergency Response Commission as the Indiana Emergency Response Commission. The IERC Advisory Committee was ended. There was a chair and a vice chair appointed by the governor, and it was composed of state agency heads, industry, local government, and public representatives. Then in July of 92, Senate Act 392 amended Indiana Code to give the IERC statutory existence, because up until this point, we were just created by executive orders. And then in 95, this wasn't really necessarily related to EPCRA, but it was an important piece of legislation which allowed state and local political subdivisions to establish and enforce any highway routing designation over which placarded non-radioactive hazardous materials may or may not be transported. And it was this rule which allowed Marion County to do what it has done with the hazardous cargo routing around 465. And that was a very lengthy discussion back when obviously we didn't want stuff going through downtown Indianapolis. And I guess the townships weren't as forceful in their response. Then in 95, Governor Bayh, Senate Bill 645, adopted SARA Title III as Indiana law, allowing LEPCs to purchase, and it allowed LEPCs to purchase hazardous materials response equipment with Title III funding. So in those early years, we had some points of concern and interest. Jim, you joined in 91. So, those early years, there was a lot of concern about application of the open door laws, Indiana public records laws, making sure that we were compliant, making sure that we were having these meetings, we were creating these plans. There was also concern about the personal liability. Some of us that are in government are protected, but those that are in private industry are very sensitive to liabilities. And so there was a lot of concerns about if an LEPC were to come up with a plan or make a decision and it turned out that somebody thought it was not wise, could they be subject to civil actions? And so one thing that was really interesting to point out was apparently in those early years, LEPCs created their rosters, but they didn't always submit them. And so there was an interesting letter of interpretation from the Attorney General that LEPCs that while they had people on the for an LEPC, if they didn't submit them, they weren't officially appointed. And so they were not protected from any tort claim immunity. But that was interesting. So it was interesting to point out that in 92, 59 of the 92 rosters had not been updated since 1988, those early years. Prior to 91, LEPC funds could only be used for planning and data management. I remember that. I think we used our money to buy a Apple computer because I think at the time Cameo was an Apple software program. Then in after 91, LEPC funds they could be used for training approved by the IERC, and that's when we're talking to Marshall Jones why training was always such an important part of LEPCs, because early on in 91 they could be used for training, but the IERC had to approve the training that they were to use the monies for. And that drove a lot of the review and evaluations of all those training classes. One thing I thought was interesting is in 91, we had 5,960 facilities and we brought in $461,000, a little over that. Because Jim and I are, Jim's associated with Bartholomew County and myself with Marion County. I thought it was interesting that in 91, Bartholomew County had 58 facilities and got about $6,000. Marion County had about 600 facilities and got $25,000. I was telling the marshal that in 2024, I think we got about $28,000. So I mean, we're, again, something that I hope that is this group recognizes that we're really struggling in terms of funding to be able to do the training and the things that we want to do. There was a lot of confirmation or a lot of conversations about the IDEM Tier 2 program information and Cameo, because the locals had Cameo, the state had IDEM, and the information wasn't downloadable to Cameo. And so there was a lot of back and forth about having to enter the data twice. There was, from meeting minutes, there was concern about the lack of direction and communication from the state to the LEPCs. LEPCs felt that there was little contact with the IRC. LEPCs needed better encouragement to participate in meetings. And again, there was better communication to promote IRC and LEPC accomplishments. In 95, the policy created guidance for LEPC composition and appointment and limited the number of members in any one roster category to 9, which I thought was really interesting. There was concern back in those days, that we couldn't fill the complete roster. We couldn't find maybe an elected official, or we couldn't find a media person. So but they would have like 9 folks from the fire department. And so the concern was that you were going to pack the LEPC, all fire, all EMA, all public health, with one of the categories. And so the IRC said, they're going to limit it to 9. And then
originally started out to be 14 or 15. And then the 9 or 10, all of the fire departments around, as you said, was going to back it. So it was then broken down into different sections, communications, media, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it didn't have to be a member of the radio staff or the local television station, et cetera, but you had to have some interest in that, be able to share it to the masses in the county. We just didn't want anyone overpacking the LEPCs. And then there was a lot of discussion too from the commissioner's standpoint. County commissioners said, wait, are you guys trying to tell us how to spend our own money that you are giving us? We don't think that's fair. We said, okay, fine, come back to us next year. The legislative will take that up. And so that was smoothed out once we had a meeting with not only the commissioners, but also with the treasurers, county treasurers, et cetera. Because again, once it got to the county said, that's our money, we can do with it what we want to. Jeff mentioned before, we had to approve the money spent for that particular category.
So in priorities and actions during this time, to become more visible, there was the issuance of a newsletter, the circular.
Which is,
It has a,
which is right here. We developed a newsletter that is called, believe it or not, it was called the State Emergency Response Commission. So I kind of coined the phrase circular. It's circular. If you want to take a look at this. And as you see, we had a lot of discussion and depth to get into where this is an old one, but where we gonna transfer it over to combining that with the safety and homeland
Yes.
security.
So one of the things I thought was really interesting is that there was a lot of conversation back in those early years about establishing an information public meeting period prior to the IERC meetings, where we would get together for about a half an hour and just talk, be there to talk to the locals, talk to the, anybody that wanted to come and talk to the CERC in a kind of an unofficial, just like an icebreaker sort of thing. I thought that was kind of interesting. The IRC established committees. In July of 91, we established a training, communications, and policy committees. It was very interesting when they created the training committees. The focus was, who needs training? What kind of training do they need? And what is the IRC role in the training? And I think that's probably valid still today, in the sense of, who needs training and what kind of training do they need and what is our role in that training? And obviously there were some things that some of the members of the CERC considered in that role. In 92, maybe Jim, I might have this date wrong. I'm not sure. It was a little gray to me, but the IRC established the technical, legislative, and fiscal committees.
A little bit later.
A little bit later.
93.
93. Okay.
That's when Dean Warrington was put on board.
Okay.
And then we merged the two policy tech.
Again, priorities and actions. So in 92, the IRC issued a letter recommending that LEPC's chemical emergency plan be made an appendix, county emergency operation plans. The IRC adopted policies and procedures in 92, I think for the first time that I could see, to provide the greatest possible support for and guidance to the LEPCs. Technical committee reports was looking for external resources. So in those early years, Jackie, the plan reviews were contracted out. We had two people that did that work, and I'm not sure when that stopped, but it went on for several years. Let's see. In 94, the technical committee recommended that the IRC accept transportation incidents as for our exercise scenarios. Up until that point, it was all fixed facilities that were exercises. In 95, the AG office advised that LEPC should refrain from their use of proxies due to possible procedural irregularity challenges. The IRC is okay because designees were expressly allowed in the law. That was back in 95. That was AG advice. 95, the IRC approved the use of actual incident in lieu of an annual exercise. So again, we see an evolution of the exercises and what types of scenarios.
It was about that time also that we were doing quite a few transportation flow studies of the main corridors through south. It really was 65 south, 70 east and west, and 74 east and west, and the toll road up north. I've done quite a few of those transportation flow studies. I don't think we've done one of those recently, but we found out there was a lot more on the road. We also, at that same time, said, we want to do it on the highway, let's do it on the rivers. So we went down to Ohio River in Madison, and we found out that there was like 50, in 1 year's time, there was 52 million tons tonnage was on the Ohio River transfers. And of that, I could go back and dig it out what percent was actually hazardous materials, but no one had ever done a study on as far as flow study was concerned. But there was a lot of concern along the rivers, from DV all the way down to the second. And also here in 1997, I know you're going to get to it, we also did a statewide survey, all LEPCs, of which I got a copy here. I dug it out, copy from 1997, that said, what are your concerns? What do you need? How do you do it? What do we need to do as well? And these are available also for review if anybody wants to see them as well. This is 1997, the official first one that we did for the commission.
So we'll move on now. We're into the early years, 96 to 2007. In 2005, Governor Daniels signed Senate Bill 56 establishing IDHS. In March of 06, Indiana Code is changed to allow Title III funding to be used for the maintain, repair, and calibration equipment purchased for a hazmat response team. But that was a big step for us. You know, it's points of concern. So in 2006 was also a significant year in that the State Ethics Commission determined that LEPC members are special state appointees, creating confusion on the impact of LEPC members.
Yeah.
This was bad.
Really bad.
Bad. In March of 2010, the LEPC appointees were required to provide driver's license numbers. The whole thing was, it wasn't the LEPCs were opposed to ethics or ethics training. It's just they treated us like state employees, and people who read or when they took the training actually listened to the training and understood that, wow, this might mean that I'm in conflict with state ethics rule,
Right.
Or this. And we tried to explain that to the Ethics Commission, and it really just kind of fell on deaf ears that this is the way we're going to do it. They hired a company called PeopleSoft, and they did the training, and
They still got people.
and they do. Okay. Well, you have my sympathies. No, they're probably good companies, but when it got to the point in like 2010, when now we were asking our LEPC members for their driver's license, their gender, their business address, some said, okay, I'll come to your meetings. I just don't want to be a rostered member. And in 2012, poor Brad Gavin, we beat the heck out of him so many times. He was the attorney at the time. And he was our IDHS ethics officer. And he reported that 67% of LEPC members have completed ethics training compared to 40% in 2011. I was telling Marshall that Brad would put together these reports to show us by county how people were doing. And there was several counties that were 0%. We had counties that were 100%, but the majority were somewhere in the middle, and it was a struggle. And again, it's like, what are we going to do? Are we going to kick those people off the LEPCs when LEPCs are struggling to get people? And so anyway, we limped along, and you'll see here shortly that we did get a change. In 2007, the IERC conducted a survey of 4,800 facilities to see if they would be interested in electronic tier 2 reporting, and the LEPC said, yes, we would like that very much so that we wouldn't have to deal with all that paper every March. Compliant LEPCs in 2005, we had 68 out of 92. In 2006, we had 70. In 2007, we had 72. So we were struggling a little bit there. Priorities and actions, again, in 2007, the Policy and Technical Committee addressed a proposal to require LEPCs to use Cameo to write and develop the comprehensive emergency or the LEPC hazmat plans. We tried, but that just never seemed to take off. The IERC discussed completely doing away with paper tier 2s in 2007. And at that time, we were going to go to the state system using IDEM had through tier2.in.gov for reporting. And that happened for several years.
Yeah.
The challenge there was they had a $5 fee, I think, to submit. And so companies like Lily's would say, it cost me $100 to prepare a $5 check. But it did help, and it did allow. What the state would do at the time is they would go in, since we didn't have access to the website as a local, they would generate files, Cameo files, and then they would send them to us, and then we could put them in Cameo. So that was a tremendous step for us. In 2007, the IERC was discussing ethanol plants in Indiana. That was a big deal back then. We're going to have these huge ethanol plants. And then in 2008, the IERC brought in the Apex Fire Department lieutenant to discuss the Apex, North Carolina chemical fire.
Which was horrible, which was down in my neck of the woods in North Carolina. It was actually, and his slogan was, it was so bad that everybody in the region eyes got as big as cat head biscuits. Because it was really huge.
I've got some information about it. The Chemical Safety Board did an extensive study on it. Huge issue was it was a treatment, storage, and disposal facility. And so they're not required to have material safety, well, back then, material safety data sheets. And so they were not technically required to submit information to the LEPC. And so while the fire departments and Apex had some idea that this was not a good place, I mean, it had a lot of bad stuff, they didn't know what all they had. And being a TSD facility, a lot of their labeling and stuff was RECRA. And so there wasn't a lot of, they talk about taking hours to try to decipher all that RECRA coding into, well, what do they have? And they had a lot of everything. And like I said, I think it was the largest, and may still be the largest chemical evacuation that took place in the country. And I don't think there were any fatalities, but they did let the thing burn because they weren't. Let's see, what else? Significant legislative changes in 2014. So again, Indiana Code was changed to allow members of the governing body of a state agency, such as the IRC. We had our first electronic communications, which allowed the state, the IRC, to hold meetings like we're doing today. And then 2016 was another big event. That's where the General Assembly passed HEA 1090, eliminating the status of local LEPCs as state agencies. Now, this was done to correct the ethics concern because they're saying, okay, we couldn't get around the special state appointee issue, so we're going to make all the LEPCs county boards, county agencies. And there was another reason that was probably even more important, but I don't think got as much play, was people figured out that when LEPCs are buying things, we're not following the state purchasing rules necessarily. And well, I mean, we're following our local purchasing. I mean, we're not like going out there and just buying stuff wrong, but our stuff's not going through the state purchasing. So I think when state purchasing figured that out, they went to somebody and they said, and we don't have the bandwidth to be able to handle all this purchasing for all these LEPCs. And so the simple, easy solution was, we'll make them county boards, county agencies.
We also figured out on the purchases that there were things that would be purchased that with LEPC funds that shouldn't have been purchased. There were things that, matter of fact, it went to a legal soiree with regards to that because there were things that were purchased in various and sundry people's garages that was not associated with LEPCs, with SARA Tower 3, boats purchased, et cetera, four-wheelers purchased, et cetera. So you can figure out, and those records are on file and can go back and review as far as the counties that were involved.
So that ethics training that we were all taking between 2006 and 2016.
It didn't take it.
There's always a few bad apples. 2017, and this is something that I think that we still maybe haven't fully recognized the scope, is the 2017 Risk Management Program RMP amendments, the final rule. And we'll talk about that later. But it really is, for LEPCs, local communities, local first responders, it could be a big deal, especially as facilities start to wake up and realize that those compliance dates are coming, what that means. In 2018, we saw the American Water Infrastructure Act, which amended EPCRA. It requires that community water systems receive emergency notification of any reportable release of an EPCRA, extremely hazardous substance, or a CERCLA, hazardous substance that potentially affects their water source, and have access to, and that the utilities also have be given access to EPCRA Tier 2 information. So this was kind of in response to the West Virginia situation, and so we spent some time and money developing a module so that when we get a report of a release, and that information gets communicated to the utility. Points of interest, again, in this period of time. So in July 2008, we had 66 of 91 LEPCs getting funding. I'm sorry. And then Ripley County initiates a novel way of sharing hazmat plans with responders that loaded on a flash drive. We thought that was just, I mean, I remember when they came in with that little thing and it's like, there's your plan and we can give it. I was like, wow, that is cool. Let's see, the February 08, the IRC proposed record retention. Compliant LEPCs, again, we talked about a little bit about 08. I don't know why those numbers don't match, but in 09, we were at 63, 10, we were 68, 11, we were 64, 12, we were 73, 19, we were doing better. We're getting up into 83. So again, we're doing better, but we're not at 100%. Collections from facilities in 2011 to 2012, $480,000. And then in 2018 reporting cycle, we got $601,000. So I'm not really sure what happened there, but kind of windfall reported to us. Seems like we did much better. In 2018, the IRC reported an audit performed back in October of 17, showed there were 634 facilities that had not completed tier 2 reports from 2016 and prior years. So again, that's something for us. I mean, funding is critical, and so we need to make sure that the facilities that are reporting are reporting. I know in my county, we just did an audit. We had like 38 facilities, and it's not that the facilities are trying to shirk their responsibility, but what happens is the guy or the gal who did the reporting for the last 15 years retired. Forest fire. But they didn't pass that information on. I mean, they've got probably a lot of different things that they're working on, and so making sure to submit your tier 2 report by May 1st or March 1st would probably maybe on the 4th page that they didn't get to before they left. And so that's an important piece that we need to make sure that we continue to not lose sight of.
Now, one additional thing Jeff added to the 2019, got 83 there. Technically, that was 85 because we had 4 counties, Orange County and Washington County had decided to go together. That was prior to that. And also there was one up northwest, there were 2 counties. And the commissioners finally agreed that, once you come in, I think one of them was White County, and was another county that put them on. So technically at 83, we had 85 out of the 92 that was theoretically compliant because of the joining of the LEPCs. And then that went by the wayside later on.
So we've done retreats before. And so I went through and captured some of the comments and suggestions. And so I don't have any years to attribute these questions or comments to other than they are in the more recent years. Questions came up about the IRC, should it be more closely aligned with IDHS planning instead of solely with the hazardous materials response section in the fire marshal's office? There was concerns about LEPCs and EMA offices to always work together. There was concern that the IRC operates as an autonomous system of preparedness and not part of the system. Reconciling 2 schools of thought from the creation of the local boards. Some LEPCs believe that truly being local means the authority to appoint, and I bolded that because that is really the emphasis. If we're a local board, we should have the authority to appoint. Remove members, expend funds, manage their activities with oversight, but not that appointing authority. And then there are other LEPCs that have concerns that, as no longer being a state entity, will permit local leaders to take away their funding and their equipment. So in the initial years of the LEPCs and the IRC, that was a big deal. That these were state appointed people, and this was not something that the locals could go in. I know we dealt with it in our county. We had an EMA director long time ago who tried his darndest to figure out how to buy a bomb robot with LEPC money. Mm-hmm. And we're like, no, not going to happen. Not going to. He'd come back to us every. He said, "Well, I'll stick a hazmat meter on it or something." No, you're not going to pull up our. But anyway, I mean that's a schools of thought that still are there, and how do we deal with that? How does the IRC best support and the incorporation of LEPCs and their work into other county level planning processes and align with other organizations' training and exercise activities, make Indiana counties better prepared? So I think we all would agree with that. That's it. Priorities and actions in July of 22, the Policy Technical Committee began formal discussions on restructuring the 92 LEPCs.
It's supposed to be 22, not 12.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, July 2012.
12?
Yeah,
It is 2012.
that was 2012. Did I say 2022? Yeah, 2012 was, because this was when we had the district planning councils, and so there was discussion. And then LEPCs expressed concerns about potential for losing volunteers and local support if we went to planning districts instead of the counties, especially when you have maybe like, I'll say District 5, because you got Marion County, Hamilton County, you got some bigger counties, and then you've got the smaller counties, and there's always that concern that the smaller counties are going to get swallowed up by the bigger counties. And then my boss, who was always concerned that the bigger counties are going to doing all the work, and the smaller counties are going to benefit because now they have an active LEPC, and it just was a challenge that really didn't get discussed through.
Plus, also during that period of time, there was some discussion, even though it was 10 respective districts, that we took at one we always call it NASTPO, not NASTPO conference. That we align ourselves like Florida, because Florida had entered legislation to have one LEPC for the entire state at that time. And we thought about that, and there was quite a bit, not a pushback, but concern from the northern section, as Jeff said, the smaller counties and the larger counties, who would benefit more out of that. So it remained the 10 districts, and then it sort of aligned with that. And we got away from the Florida model.
In 2013, we had the West Fertilizer Company explosion in Texas. And so that drove the IERC issued a letter regarding the hazards of ammonium nitrate, LEPC. Again, if you were around or were paying attention, I think it was the LEPC, whoever the director chair for that Texas, got on the news and said, I didn't know that that place had all that stuff that could blow up.
And those presentations are on file too, from the conference. He came up from Texas, and if you can find that presentation, it's really out.
So that incident drove OSHA, EPA, Homeland Security, and that's what really got into the plans for the RMPs. 2014, the DOT issues the emergency order on Bakken oil. So back in 2014, we were all worried about unit trains and Bakken oil going through Indiana. And so LEPCs, we adapted, and we put that in our plans. In 2014, the IERC discussed the process for it to become a rulemaking body. And the preliminary legal review at that time indicated that the IERC currently didn't have the resources to be rulemaking. 2019, the IERC discussed the purchase of iPads for commission meetings to cut down on the cost and use of paper.
That lasted about 6 months.
Yeah, I think so. I think we shared them with other commissions.
Yeah, but
And we never got them back.
we never got them back.
2019, there was discussion begins on a new tier 2 module linking facility, IERC, and LEPC release notifications to the water utilities. So it took us a couple years, but we did get there. And then in 2021, actually, the IERC coordinated a pre-conference workshop talking about that, because it was an important thing for the utilities to know we're going to have this connection now with LEPCs and what that means. And so I will, to Bruce, to Jim, any closing thoughts in our, we went over a little bit. 50-minute past the last 38 years.
Jeff did a hell of a job putting this together. Does this bring any sort of, I guess, information? Is this necessary for you to understand where we've been?
Yeah, I think it's huge, because some of the things that we might do today, I'm pretty new, right? Is you don't understand why it's not that we're smarter today than what they were back when this started. The environment was totally different. There's reasons why things were done the way that they were. And I think it helps us to understand that things changed along the way, and I think as much as people don't like change, is we've got to take where we are today and move it and make it better for the environment we're in today. I don't want us to sit dormant, that we just process data and we have meetings the end result is so that industry, moms and dads, grandmas and grandpas can live in a community and be safe. That's the end result of what we do here. And I appreciate everybody that put into this, because this is impressive. You know, when we look at, they gave LEPC awards to LEPCs that were outstanding.
And if
We want to motivate people, we need to recognize them. You know, and I think some of the things that we've done in the past are good ideas we can bring back. Other things we might need to modify or change, but.
And the interesting part about the circular letter, when we used to have conferences, we had not just 1 hour to present at a conference. We had a 1.5 day conference. And the night before, we'd get together, have a pre-conference meeting, and then the next day would go all day long in that afternoon. There was one section about 3:30 or 4 o'clock every conference the last day. All the LEPCs and chairs were in the audience. We say, okay, what are the planning concerns on your mind? And we'd come in there with 8 or 10 different sheets of paper of what their concerns are. And a lot of those were still in the surveys that went out before. The other thing that you might have missed here is the fact that, and let's start now and go backwards. When the event of Department of Homeland Security Federal came in and came down at state level, it focused more on response than it did on planning. So from a yin-yang standpoint, it was equal, but as the response increased, the planning efforts decreased. And some of the fallout was that is at the EMAI conference, how much time does the IERC and LEPC get for awards, presentation, et cetera? Well,
Yeah.
1 hour, because the focus is on response and not necessarily planning. The other thing that we used to have every meeting, there was a representative from EPA Region 5 that would come down from Chicago to attend all of our meetings. The one young lady that came religiously was Sheila Kalovich. Sheila enjoyed coming down because she'd go to her home in Louisville after it was over. A lot of impact. She would bring people in from Region 5. What is the status? What can we do? The LEPCs would then say, hey, this is really key and really critical. Maybe we need to get on board to make sure that we're in compliance with everything. The other issue that we saw, we had a consistent, and this is not a kick in the shin, but a fact, we had a consistent staffing level. We've had a lot of movement in the last 4 or 5 years, 6 years, than we did the previous 15 years.
Yeah.
A lot of movement from staff. And that's not to say that anyone was doing anything wrong, but as new opportunities came up, we went through. So what does that say for us about going out and seeking those individuals? And yeah, we may have to pay a little bit, may have to go back to legislature and say, to keep this person in there, we've got to do something for them to make them want to stay in there. As I said, we had a consistent staff. I think one time we had 5, 6 people, 7 people in that area that was focused on nothing but LEPCs, et cetera, would visit every LEPCs, every meeting, answer all the questions, et cetera. And as I said, we've had more turnover in the last 5 to 6 or 7 years than we did the previous 10 or 15 years. So staffing and vetting is very, very key. Not vetting to get the bad stuff out, but just vetting to see where the interest level is. Because we don't have anybody right now on the commission from a chemical company. Sam George, Madison Chemical Company, Laurie, he was on the commission. Dean Larson from up northern Indiana, he was on that from the steel company. So we have to look at individual appointments to the IERC. It's not about just putting cheeks in the seat. It's about getting those people that can bring something to the table with regards to their respective areas of interest and what we need to do. And again, that falls out of a little bit of that is more response than it is planning, et cetera. And Madison Chemical Company, I'll tell you today, because I still go down there and visit them, is the fact that it's about planning. It's about planning. Yeah, the response is a little part after the planning is done. But we got to make sure that we are on top of it from a planning standpoint.
Steve, thank you for the opportunity.
No, I
to do this.
appreciate it. I think I enjoy the history part of it, and I think it can help us as a commission to help guide us. You know, got to understand where we've been and where we're going. So
I'm gonna fix a couple of typos and then I'll make sure that you get it and then want to share it, pass it on to others.
Yeah.
So that,
You can have everything, you can have all.
so in 15 years, when you're up here doing the history, we're on our 50th anniversary and whatever that is.
For 33 years when she's up here doing the history. But I really think we need to go back to the circular type newsletter, because we are buried for a while into that public safety newsletter. Because I sat on the Public Safety Foundation for a while, and there was 3 newsletters in it: Public Safety Foundation, Homeland Security, and IERC, et cetera, all in one. And it was one of those, you read this side and then you flip it over and you start going this, and people forget to turn to those sides. And that was a we had probably of the 85 LEPCs in the later years, let's say 75, and we'd have a conference in Indianapolis, we'd probably have 66 to 70% of LEPCs that would actually attend that conference from all over because they were interested. But when it went more to a response segment, response type, they kind of started backing away.
Yeah, can I ask a question that's just a little bit outside of the scope of what we've been speaking of, but I just, for my own knowledge, I have a question. We talk a lot about hazmat emergencies, chemical emergencies and things of that nature. What all falls within our purview? What all emergency response does? Is it just that? Or is it outside of that scope as well?
yeah, and we're going to go through the code this afternoon, but it talks about where we have jurisdiction. Any fixed facilities that the chemicals are above the reporting quantity of whatever those are, extremely hazardous substances. And then it sounds like some of it, the routes, we have the ability to look at some of
Well,
the,
that's the federal highway.
okay.
You could establish routes, but you're right. I mean, it is about hazardous materials. I mean, if you go back to Bhopal, the problem or the challenge with Bhopal is the locals didn't go.
Well, I just also wonder, I mean, natural disasters fall within our purview as well.
If it involved a chemical,
That's what I'm
Yeah,
just talking about.
yeah.
Right, but that's not our primary mission.
Yeah.
So our primary mission is a couple of missions. One is we provide the public an opportunity to know what that company has. Within the limits. I mean, some people think, oh, you can tell me everything. It's like, well, there's reportable quantities, threshold planning quantities and things like that. But for the most part, we are the community right to know. As the community, you have a right to know. And so that's big. And then the other is the notification when you've got an incident or you've had a release. Now that notification doesn't necessarily, because you don't have, a chemical company does not have to call 911 to report a release. If they can deal with it on their own. Now, if it goes across the property line, they may have to notify the National Response Center. They may have to notify IDEM. But again, that local notification is kind of not there. I mean, the NRC will backdoor, IDEM will notify, but by having it in that the LEPCs have to be notified, and we have a 24-hour phone number that facility calls. Excuse me, if they release a reportable quantity, they have to let us know. And so, excuse me, question.
If there's a tornado that comes through, those trees down, et cetera, it keeps going as a facility, no problem. If a train comes through, a tornado comes through, hits the train, rolls over, hits XYZ chemical company, then that's a different story. Jeff is correct when he said a lot of the companies have their own. From our company, I say, many years, we had a major release, but we had all of our guys come in our emergency fund, because I was responsible for emergency management as well as local security as well. And have our own, and fire department can say, okay, we'll bring your back to that, we'll have it. However, we were near the river, so therefore we had to contact the street, contact DNR.
Yeah.
We had to IDEM, we contacted IDEM and said, okay, we have this problem. So we had all the players in, but it was definitely one that was handled by, an internal.
Let's go ahead and take a break and we'll come back at a quarter after, kind of handle the business side of it. But you got questions, write them down and we can circle back to them later on today if we have time.
15-minute break. I'm gonna leave this running, just gonna mute it.
Beside
Yeah, that's good. I mean, yeah. Yeah, 6,000. I'm trying to get.
Right.
We only brought in $650,000.
No, it's not that much more money.
I meant to throw this quote up earlier, but it says if you want to understand today, you have to search yesterday. And I think that's a good quote for what we just covered. If you want to understand what today's all about, we got to search yesterday to see what we got, or where we're going. Everybody back.
And Stephanie.
Okay, Stephanie.
And Myra.
Back on commissioner.
I think the folks in the back staff were,
Okay,
as
good.
instructed at the law enforcement academy in Indianapolis. Of course, the donuts for the cops were really.
Things going on.
Yeah.
in The county for time.
Try to move through this agenda. And again, if there's topics we need to, that we don't have time for at the beginning of the day, hopefully we can circle back to those things towards the end of the day. So if there's questions or comments you need to make as we move through this morning, we don't have time for, let's write them down and we'll talk about them this afternoon. Got more? Was that her?
She's.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You're holding up the works.
All right, for the May 13th, 2024 Indiana Emergency Response Commission, I'd like to call the business portion meeting to order. I'd like to have roll call
Stephen Jones,
here.
Michael White, Stephanie McKinney. Here. Chris Barr. Matt Bilkey. Jeff Lamore,
Present.
Sean French. Bruce Palin,
Here.
James Pridgeon,
Here.
Aaron Sims,
Here.
Travis Duchesne,
Here.
Myra McShane. Here.
All right. Yeah, you're unmuted, correct? Okay, just a minute. Check on that. So just reports and updates, report from the chair, I guess. A lot of today's just, we're gonna have, I hope, a clearer vision of this commission and trying to evaluate what's in the state of Indiana. I think it's important that we take this time today to just evaluate where we're at in being able to supply Indiana with what it needs. And I think there's plenty of opportunities out there that we can focus on to make Indiana safer and be able to use this commission to influence in a lot of different ways that we can be more effective than what we currently are. I appreciate Jeff and his and everyone's input on where we've been and how we got here. I think it's important for us to understand that. Number 4, review and action of the February 12th meeting minutes. Anybody reviewed the minutes and everybody approved the last
Motion
meeting?
to approve.
Got one motion to approve. Got a second, Travis? Because we have people online, we got to do roll call.
There is no commissioners
No
on.
commissioner online. Well, then we don't. All right. Anybody opposed to approving the meeting minutes? Okay, passes. Fiscal report, Mike?
Yeah, our fiscal report right now, we've got over 600,000 in our legal fees, our legal fund, savings fund. Our yearly budget for next year is gonna be 131,000. And I've got a breakdown on our cost for next year. Our yearly contract for Haskin X is gonna be 54,590, 5,000 rounded up. Emergency prep specialist salary is 50,000. Indiana Hazmat Conference is 10,000. The NASPO 2025 conference, we've budgeted $4,000 for that, which hopefully we won't spend that much because and we'll touch on that later, but knock on wood, we probably have the NASPO conference in Indianapolis next year. So we will save some money there. Commissioner travel and stipends, $5,000. Hazmat specialist continuing education, $3,000. That's to send 3 of us to the Midwest Hazmat Conference. And then we got miscellaneous costs, $2,500. So that comes to around 129,000. So we should come in about $1,000 under our budgeted amount that we're going to get next year. We can always go back for more money. We just have to go back to the budget committee and ask for more out of that 600,000. Last year, off the top of my head, I don't know the exact figure, but we brought in around 650,000 from tier 2 funds. And the majority of that goes out to the counties, but that does go back into the legal / savings account that goes into the general budget.
How much do we push back that we didn't actually give to the counties? How much do we?
I don't have that breakdown off the top of my head. They sent it to me. I tried to find the email and I couldn't find it. It's buried in my emails back there. But I believe it's about 3/4 goes out to the counties and about 1/4 comes to us. So, and then the counties that aren't compliant, that won't be compliant, that money will go into the CERC budget. So.
When you say it goes into the CERC budget, that goes into your operating budget, or it goes into like an account that kind of.
Setup is the income from the Department of Revenue, from the tier 2 facilities goes into and they call it the legal fund, but it's not technically a legal fund. It's an account that is in the general budget at the state, but it is flagged for the Indiana Emergency Response Commission. So that money don't go anywhere else, but it sits under the budget committee at the state. And then we have to ask the state for money for the commission. So
they combine, we get 10% of the fees that comes to the CERC to use for operational purposes.
right,
And that's what I know they used to call the legal fund.
yeah,
And then whatever we don't spend out of that rolls over every year.
Yes, that's-
Legal fund gets, is that
that's the
600,000?
600,000. It's a little over 600,000 right now.
Do they also, at one time, any unspent LEPC money, they were going to spend they were supposed to put in a separate fund or be able to earmark it separately to identify that, but my guess is it probably just goes back into the legal fund.
Yes, it all goes, so we'll vote on it this meeting. So the counties that aren't compliant, we will fund the counties that are compliant. So we will send the document to the Department of Revenue saying, send these counties their share. And then what is left goes into
Back to the legal fund.
the legal fund in the general budget.
Okay.
So right now, we have a $131,000 budget request into them. And that's been the same for the last couple of years. Now, we've done some budget studies this year for 25, 26 and 27. So we're going to look at pulling more money out of that and putting into our CERC yearly budget.
Right.
But if we do run out of money, like right now, we're in the red in our budget. We're in our money. So instead of going back to them, they're just gonna wait till the end of the year and then bring it in. So.
Help me understand the red. Help me understand the red in the budget right now.
Because what happened was they do a 3-year budget cycle. And last year, the salaries on our employees were raised about, a little over probably 15 to 20%.
Okay, okay,
So that caused us to have,
okay,
you know,
okay.
caused to put us in the red because there's more. They went from roughly 37,000 to 48,000.
So next year, everything should be smooth.
Next year, we're gonna get it straightened out. So hopefully it's gonna be closer. Now, one emergency prep specialist salary comes out of the CERC. The CERC pays for one person. And it's the new person that starts today. So that salary, Aaron Miller's salary was paid through the CERC. So.
So Mike, to Bruce's point, so the tier two money, 10% of the tier two money collected goes to operational expenses for the CERC. But then that difference between that 10% and what your actual expenses are, that comes out of that legal fund, which is made up of monies that didn't go to LEPCs previously because
We didn't spend in the past.
We didn't spend and
right.
the.
So that money has now kind of gotten commingled.
The Department of Revenue does not send the CERC money. The Department of Revenue puts all that money into that account. And then the state budgeting committee gives us what we budget out of that account.
Yeah.
Right. I just, my question is, that money that's now in that we'll say legal fees, savings account, do we know how much of that money was earmarked for LEPCs that didn't go to LEPCs because they weren't compliant?
He said he didn't have that. He didn't have that information right now.
But we can know. I mean, it's not like when you look at your account, it says you got $600,000. We'll be able to see.
It's not gonna be broke down that this county should have got this much, this county should have got this much, this county should have got this.
No, my question is
It's
the
gonna be
money.
one lump sum that goes in there.
But my point is that was LEPC money. That was money that was supposed to go to LEPCs, and I understand why it didn't. But that money shouldn't go to the operating expense of the CERC.
It goes to that account.
It goes, I guess you got it's a bulk of money. Some of those LEPC dollars have gone into that account because they didn't get the money, they weren't compliant. But your budget comes out of that account.
Yeah.
So whatever that balance is, is if we go in a deficit because your expenses are higher than what you budgeted for, it will take additional dollars out of that to cover it.
Right.
Now that pie, we don't have the actual pie of how much was LEPC funds, how much is operating funds, how much is over the budget that we had to take out of. I think that's an important thing for us to start tracking. If we're going to change Indiana law and asking for additional funding, we've got to be able to answer those questions.
Yeah.
And so if we have $600,000 isn't being used, it's hard to ask for more money, right? Maybe.
Well, and part of that money is really, because we had talked about it a long time ago, local assistance grants. So that the Marion County LEPC could apply for money to help Bartholomew County. And that's where that money came from, was the monies that didn't get distributed originally because the LEPCs weren't compliant. That money is still there. And so that money was earmarked for LEPC use and not for other use.
And to make it even a little bit clearer than mud, I guess we would say, those monies that went back in there, that should have been LEPC designated, went back into the big legal fund. And then when Mike asked for budget, which he rightfully should, it's all again commingled. So technically we could be getting the sleeves out of our vest on the pass through. We could be getting some of that $130,000 could be coming from some of those funds
Sure.
that they want to put back in there, which should.
Again, that is the way, and I went around and around with our chief financial officer about this. The way Department of Revenue distributes these funds is we're gonna send the form to the Department of Revenue saying, these counties were compliant. They get their piece of the pie, so to speak. The counties that weren't compliant, their pieces of the pie go into the main I'm gonna call it the main general fund that goes into, under the state.
So basically you're saying if the big piece is technically, hypothetically, account 3,400, in the massive, out here, the LEPC funds that didn't get distributed go into that 3,400, which we're saying it should not go, it should go in 3,401 and keep it separate. And then when we ask for money, it should come out of the 3,400 and not the 3,401.
We could try to do that.
Think about it. It would just take a legislative move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know that we can like figure out what needs and how separate it. But I do think this afternoon, when we look at that fund is, what do we do with the fund?
It's easily separated though.
Yeah,
It's easily separated.
yeah,
Because he says the list, he has the list.
yeah,
So it's easy to go back and say, hey, here's the list. This shouldn't go into 3,400 hypothetical. It should go in 3,401. And they're saying, no, anything that comes back. is on the 3,401.
but then what do we do with that?
Exactly.
What do we do with those funds that don't get spent by the LEPC?
Back to Jim's standpoint.
Yep.
We use those to help fund some of the LEPCs that may.
Yes, and I think those are the ideas we need to flush out this afternoon when we talk about planning is, here's some money that's sitting here. Are there opportunities to help somebody else that needs them? Or are there other things? And I've put together, and I'll show you some things this afternoon on what I see as some opportunities with that. So, all right. Anything else? Okay. All right. ERG books. I think Mike has gotten where the emergency managers of every county have submitted and getting the 2024 ERG books. And I one of the components I want is to push the new items in this new book, is because things have changed in the hazmat world since they started putting these books out. This year, there's a whole section on lithium batteries, cars, trucks, those types of things that they now have a special guide page for people to go to that talks about equipment, water, runoff, distances. That's a new component in the new ERG book that everybody, when I go somewhere, they're asking me, what do I do with these car fires? It's sometimes going back to your most basic thing you were taught in hazmat awareness, is that DOT guidebook. What's it say? And to me, that book it's underused, and it's the most simplest answer to a lot of questions. Did you bring books with you?
Yeah, I did watch them.
Okay. If you would like one, take it with you. So if you're not acquainted with that DOT guidebook, you can see what emergency, every fire engine, every police officer, every ambulance should have these books available inside there. There's an app, you can download the app so you have it on your phone all the time. It's a quick down and dirty, what do I need to do when I pull up? And so it's just a book of good information to keep emergency responders and the public safe. A quick resource for that. Next thing is just dates on the hazmat conference, October 29th through 30th. I understand there's just trying to land a place. Is that a thing still?
Well,
We're still trying to find a place to have it because I'm on the phone this morning, with Shelley, trying to find dates, and there's nothing available. Every week we pick, there's something else going on, so.
I was kind of a misunderstanding. We thought we had the date set last year at the old conference for 2024, and the dates did not.
Is there a paper trail?
Nobody has a term or good paper trail.
Yeah, if you would give me the paper trail. I'd just like to see it. But let's work on getting that, whatever it looks like, fixed, so we have a location for that.
Is that the IHammer conference?
It's called the Indiana Hazmat Conference now. IHammer still puts it on, but we tried to get away from calling it the IHammer Conference because everybody kind of thought you had to be a member of IHammer to show up. So when we started providing funding to the conference, it changed to the Indiana Hazmat Conference.
New business, review and action about bylaws. would you like to speak about bylaws?
Because the last meeting completed the minor revisions to it, and that's. I think in one spot, in section 2 on page, there's this appointment and removal of members. Yeah, I think I posted just said removal of members, but, just change the wording there to appointment and removal. So that's the only change, that I think there's been since last time that it's presented to you, but this just kind of has all the necessary information for commissioners, explains the commission, the number of members, how they're appointed, the officers, support staff, and then the commission meetings, the frequency of the meetings, and then the electronic communication policy, which is important, I think. I think it's good to have this just in writing, and because I know that's a bit confusing, especially after COVID, when everything was allowed to be virtual. Now, things are still allowed to be hybrid, but there are lots of conditions to that, which I know cause future reports commission. For example, we still have to get at least half the meetings in person, which for you guys would be nice to get to in person. So yeah, it basically has all the necessary information, and most of this comes from Indiana code. Yeah, so these are the bylaws, and if you guys are ready to vote on them, let's do so now. That would require a majority vote of the commission, but otherwise it can more time to be vote on this at the next meeting. So I'll leave that to you guys.
I think changes.
I'm sorry?
I said we were voting on it. There's only change that were.
I have one question. In the previous bylaws, we kind of spelled out all the different subcommittees.
Yes.
And I know that was taken out. I'm wondering, do the bylaws need to specify that the chair can appoint committees? Or is that something that's just generally understood that they has that authority to do that?
I don't think it needs to be in the bylaws. I think it's have that authority to do so, but if that's something you would like to be added to it, so add that language.
I think that would be helpful because assuming that we start in Nome, Alaska, brand new from ground zero and give it to somebody brand new, I think that they would probably see that straight out specific.
Okay.
You know, we understand that.
Yeah.
You know, very confident. I read through it and I even said, oh, and but it's really great. And
Yeah, I don't think maybe, but if you'd like to make a motion, just a motion to accept this.
With that
adding
addition.
That language, just, I think just like a sentence, adding that, I think that can be a motion.
if we have the motion,
Yeah, sure.
There's one typo that will have to be fixed. I'll send you the email.
What's the typo on that motion as well?
Okay, we have a motion to accept based upon adding that the chairman has the ability to add committees and correct a typo.
Page 7, under minimum physical participation, there's a repeated word, please, it's repeated twice.
You have a second?
I haven't made the motion yet. A motion to approve the bylaws as presented with the changes of adding in the chairman's ability to appoint members or appoint, what was it?
Committees.
Committee members, and as well as fix the typo on page 7, the repeat word on the middle.
committees and committee.
Sorry, committee and committee members. Good.
All right, we got first, second, all approve, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right. Review and action of county compliance of the 2023 funding disbursement.
Just a point of order, we didn't accept Mike's physical report. Didn't make a motion.
Oh, okay, thank you. Anybody have any motions on the fiscal report? Move to accept,
I'll second.
second, All approved, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, thank you.
I said I didn't fill that out.
Okay, review and action of compliance of 2023 funding disbursements in your packets. You've got a list of those counties who complied. And then there's also a list of LEPCs that did not, for different reasons, comply with the requirements that they should have. So, yes.
What's the whole of the counties that are out of compliance?
We have followed up, called, emailed, and Jackie can speak to the exact amount of work that's gone in to get compliance.
A lot of work.
Yeah.
Some of them, like Jefferson, there was not much I could do. When Cyrus resigned from the commission, she also resigned from the LEPC and left nobody there to upload the documents, so nothing got done.
Yeah, I noticed that most of the counties on here look like very small counties.
Mhm.
It's just kind of harking back to what we were talking about earlier, where the big counties do the heavy lifting, the smaller counties were beneficiaries of it.
The good news is one of my counties is now active and they are working really hard. In fact, in the last 3 weeks is when I was informed that they were active. And they've already had their first meeting and he's already submitted most of his documents to get caught up for the year.
One of our biggest issues is with the smaller counties is each LEPC every year gets $2,500 and a percentage of their tier 2 reporting facility. Some of these counties have 6 to 10 reporting facilities.
Brown County has 0.
So they get $2,500 and a lot of these counties go, hey, we're $2,500 now, we used to do all this before that. So that's something we'll probably discuss this afternoon
Yeah.
about creating the planning districts again, but
Johnson County is the one out there that, and Gator are the two kind of that surprised me.
Yeah.
A little larger.
I've put on this map and plotted the counties that are not compliant, for a couple different reasons. One, just to kind of see where they are, and then I got some other slides we'll talk about this afternoon, but some things that just concern me, or it's just, we need to note is the high hazard flammable trains. I've got the route that those trains take in northern Indiana. Lake, Porter, and LaPorte County are non-compliant, but once a week they have these trains. And this is something I think as we collect data and put it in picture form, to me, helps me understand more about how important it is. And, you know, Lake, Porter, LaPorte are not small counties. I mean,
reports compliant.
it was on the list, but anyway, there may be some things that maybe the list has changed since I put this document together. But anyway, I just want to put it out there, you know, that, you know, we've got some outside Chicago. I mean, that's the 80-90 toll road. That's the train routes of a lot of stuff that's going through Indiana.
It's really interesting because you look down the southern part, you're talking about I-64.
Yes.
East and west.
Yeah.
And looking at the southeast, you're talking about the Ohio River and the things that could, nasty things there. And talking up north and then 60, fortunately, 65 corridor, there is only 1, 2, 3, 4 that are not compliant. That's really great to see.
So as we look about where we move from here, is I wanted to put this out there just to get a visual on. If we want them to be engaged in $2,500 is not enough to motivate an LEPC. These are big hazmat areas, you know, what's that gotta be to engage them, you know?
Would it make sense for our state fire marshal to make a trip up there and visit with the chair or the local boards?
Well, yeah, it just honestly, because later on we'll talk about where our hazmat teams are. They've got hazmat teams in those areas with no funding source from the LEPC because there, you know, you connect the dots, there would be more money available to the hazmat teams up there. So, but all these counties, and we'll look at that later on, but so I guess the discussion today is we've got some that are totally compliant, some on the list that aren't. Is as the commission, what's the recommendation for those that aren't compliant? From the commission, do you have any?
Yeah, well, we've had discussion in the past, and so we had it ad nauseum that we look at the counties. If you got a larger county with a smaller county, well, first you go in without a hammer, say, here's why it's important. You hit a big point, the hazmat, regional hazmat teams, they could get a lot of money if they would sort of lean on some of the LEPCs with regards to that. Also, if you got a smaller county next to a larger county, is there any appetite for those two to join? Because a lot of the smaller counties that we've seen in the past, the Orange, Washington County situation, they were sort of embarrassed to say, we need help. But once they got that in place and started seeing the advantages of it, it became quite evident that it was important for them. The ones down the southern part, and I mentioned to you earlier, Chairman Jones, Kara Cyrus, who is not on the commission anymore due to her VSG. She also left the LEPC. I talked with her last week. She's still very interested in this commission work, and she still has the capability in the background. And she would definitely, for the sake of the room, like to come back to be a part of the Policy Tech Committee, at which time I think we could shoot her back into the LEPC down in that area and to answer some of the questions that we had before. So, that's the direction. And I'll send a letter to you, Chairman Jones, with regards to that based upon our new bylaws that you could, if you could invite him. But those are the only two. Pulling the money out, a lot of folks are saying, do all of that work for just.
Yeah, and I get it. Yeah, I get it. Is all these, it takes out of family time, work time. And so.
I don't mean easier.
Well,
If we want compliance, if the problem is it takes a lot of extra time to do this, and why don't we make it simpler?
it is simple. It's all electronic.
But if it's taking time, if Chairman Jones saying it's taking time out of your family, I can understand for $25 why you wouldn't want to do this.
There's no way to make it simple.
But that's why we're here today right now
Yeah, that's
is
what I want to figure out, like, how to make this more streamlined, so we can get 100% compliance versus.
because right now,
80%
state statute tells us they gotta be compliant and they're not.
compliance.
I don't know that we can change that list today.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty easy to be compliant if you've ever done LEPC stuff.
I'm not.
And I have since 2010 or 12, something like that. But the three of us down there in the toe of Southern Indiana, this is the first time we've never been compliant. All three of us, Pike, Gibson, and Knox. And I think some of the discussion this afternoon will clear up that problem.
Back to our original discussion, that comes with staffing.
That's the problem. We've had a lot of turnover.
So what is the time that it takes to do this?
It-
You actually know, like, you've done it.
Ours, well, two of us was not meeting quorum. We had the meetings, but we didn't meet quorum. And then staffing turnover and everything. But it's not that hard to be compliant. And another thing, we've had discussions at our District 10 meeting is it worth it? All that work, to,
Well, that's what I mean.
the
Like,
biggest
how
thing
much
is,
work is it? And if it's.
I think the biggest thing is a
it's
plan.
really difficult.
doing plans, doing your yearly plan update and stuff.
I've talked to several LEPCs. A lot of it is the fact that it's volunteer work. They're not being paid for it. A lot of them have suggested that as long as the secretary isn't a governor, doesn't work for the state, isn't a city employee, but they're a volunteer, maybe paying them. And maybe putting that in statute.
What happened to the $20 a meeting?
Most of them don't even do that anymore because the counties are taxing them. They're walking away with about 16 in their pocket after they get the taxed On the,
Four meetings at $20, that's $80. After you tax it, you might get $40.
And $80 for 4 weeks.
But state limits the stipend.
Yeah, I mean, we had the same issue in our community where I think we pay $100 a meeting, and we still challenges trying to get people. That's an hour a month out of their time. It's not about, and the thing is, it's not about the money.
Well,
and most of the work's easy.
one thing we've
Yeah.
looked at is there's 8 areas that an LEPC can spend money.
Yeah.
And it's in state code. One of them is to pay a person to prepare for the plan, prepare the plan. We've talked to LEPCs and said, you can pay this person to prepare your plan. So if they're paying them to prepare the plan, then they can also, under the plan, they can submit all the other documentation.
Well, my question is still, that no one's answered it. How long does it take to fill this paperwork out? That's it. I want to know that question. Does anyone have an idea?
Yes. Pardon
Depending
me?
on how big your county is.
That's my question though. Like, how long is it taking these?
Yeah.
people
To do all the actual reporting other than the actual plan and the meeting minutes, you can do everything else in less than 5 minutes.
Okay,
So we'll let
let's
Jeff-
take time.
Let's let Jeff, because he's probably done a lot, right?
Yeah, so like the meeting minutes, I would say we probably put in 2 hours for each meeting minute. Preparing the minutes and then uploading them into Tier 2 Manager, mailing them out to the committee. We do the fiscal report, takes us probably about 5 or 6 hours to do the fiscal report, because I'm with Marion County Health Department and I have to get my fiscal records from the city of Indianapolis. And so there's a little going back and forth and getting it. And then I inherited that job from our previous administrator who gave me very little direction. So I'm hoping that I can get it less, but Jackie can attest to the challenges that we had on the fiscal report. The plan, we have about 700 facilities. And so I've learned a week or so ago that our plan is going to take, this year, it's going to take, I don't know.
It's gonna take probably close to 20 hours.
Is that one person, 20 hours, or is
It's
it?
just one person.
Okay, well, that's what I'm just saying. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a staff at 20 hours, which turns out to be 200 hours.
See, Jeff's unique though. He's got a paid staff member that their LEPC has a paid staff. member.
That's
You know,
curious.
No, we
So it
don't.
takes
So,
your,
you know,
No, so the health department, the health department donates my time and another, we have two people that the health department details to the LEPC, myself and a gentleman who is actually our secretary and takes the meeting minutes, which then we prepare and get into Tier 2 Manager.
so just the reporting is about, let's say, is probably about a week's worth of work for one individual. But that's not including all the capturing of the data prior to that, right? So there's a lot of hurdles to get to this.
but that's a county with 700
I
facilities.
get that, but still, if you're talking about counting with a few,
Yeah.
it's
But
still.
we still have, we schedule 6 meetings a year because our April meeting, we did not have a quorum. So I'm hoping our June meeting will have a quorum. We had a quorum, we just didn't have enough people in the seats. We had 8 people present, but we only had 6 people in the meeting, and we have to have 7. So, I mean, the quorum is a challenge. I understand open door law and having people, but even the CERC gets by with a third, but the LEPCs, we have to have half in the seats. So if we could have a third in the seats, have 4 people instead of
7.
6, or no, 7.
I think it's 7, yeah.
I like your thinking about, are there things that we can do to make it easier?
Yeah.
Because quorums are a challenge, to getting people to come to a place for a meeting. I mean, obviously, a quorum we have got people on the CERC that are not here. And they haven't even called in, and all they got to do is get on a computer and sit at their desk, but they're not here.
I completely get it.
Who is?
Online, you've got Sharon Hutchinson from the county, and she said that she Spends about 20 hours every month just for reporting and not the LEPC plan.
Every
And
month?
then Pam Eldridge has a suggestion for inactive LEPCs. They might be able to have the meetings back to back with their emergency management advisory council meetings. She said that helps get the ball rolling. Then I know that there are quite a few counties that do have their meetings together, with their emergency management meetings.
Delaware.
If someone's spending 20 hours a month for $2,500, the juice isn't worth the sweet, guys.
And that's
20
why,
hours a month every other month.
and this is why we're,
Squeeze.
and that's the reason we're here. There's things out there that's not working, right? And so we're here to discuss. But currently, the issue at hand is we currently have some that are non-compliant that we can't change that. They're non-compliant. As a commission, do we have any recommendations about funding?
I mean, it's all.
I think it's pretty plain that if they're not compliant, for code, they don't get funded.
This is where I need a motion.
I make a motion that we accept the counties that are met compliant, fund the counties that are compliant, and not fund the counties that are not compliant.
Do we have any discussion about that? And
I'm not ready to vote on that.
because what if my thought is I've got a non-functioning LEPC. If we fund something that's not there, what's the money going to do?
And I'm not saying I won't vote on it today, but I want to have a discussion first.
Yeah, that's what.
We gotta vote on it today because it's gotta go to
But
DOR to be.
I want to talk first.
Yeah, let's talk.
But
Yeah, let's
like, I'm
have.
not ready to, I want to do discussion and talk about what's our future plan, because I feel like we're just gonna go down the same route we've been going down for years. All right, we're wrong. We could probably add.
COVID hurt us. As you've seen in
Well, I mean, I'm just taking a look at this.
2019, we had 83 compliant counties.
And
When
what,
COVID hit, we lost a lot of counties.
Where are we at now?
We have 69 compliant.
3 years later? That hurt.
Again.
I'm not saying.
Counties
what
that
can we
have
do to make
not
things
came
easier?
back.
'Cause to me, it looks like an infrastructure problem. If you take a look at the majority of the counties here, it's probably an infrastructure problem, which you're probably right. It's probably still an effect of COVID. But how can we, and like, how can we make this easier?
yeah, I think,
And I think, well, hold on. I mean, if you take a look at Marion County, you said that's different, but obviously Jeff has a massive staff. You go down to Ripley County, and Ripley County might not have anybody.
Ripley County is inactive. Right now, they don't have an EMA director, and I have no ability to get hold of anybody in Ripley. To find out who I
That's
can.
what I mean. So like,
Well,
I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to, what can you do versus just doing the same thing?
and the thing is, state statute as tells us right now currently what to do with LEPCs, and they gotta have quorum.
We give recommendations to the state back, right? And that's part
And
of.
that's what this afternoon, because we gotta change state law.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I can interject for a second.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a lot of discussion this afternoon about our future, where we are. And if we could just suggest, and I'm sure we're gonna come up in our discussion this afternoon, some good ideas, some people online, what we can do about the non-compliant one, because that's gonna be our future. Is there any way that we could table that motion till this afternoon? We can still
Yeah.
vote on it today. Table it to this afternoon, because I think we're gonna be coming up with some ideas all through today, how we can do that.
Could I,
Because we'd have to probably bring the official meeting back into order.
We can recess the meeting.
could I make a comment to you, Jim? Or before all these other people came in, it used to go to the commissioners to vote on the LEPCs
Yes.
to fund them or not, and you would take each one not compliant. Like I was telling him, let's see, what is it, Blackford? They're only non-compliant. There's one meeting and they didn't have a quorum. So do you penalize them because they didn't have a quorum, but they did everything else right?
And that's to your.
And that was, you know,
That's where we were, but to your point, I think this afternoon, and I've got all the faith in the world. The fact we're gonna be coming up with a lot of good ideas going forward to the future, that I almost guarantee we're gonna be addressing the non-compliant LEPCs. We already got 2 on board. that says, here's what you can do.
Yeah.
Because once we establish that right now, it's gonna be installed. And as far as reconvening the finance committee, we don't have to reconvene the finance because they already made a motion to accept. So we can table this one until such time. I agree with what you're saying. We do need to have some further discussion on it. Because I don't have the tummy comfort that I need to vote on it right now.
I will tell everyone, I was at the meeting for Blackford that day. There was me and Aaron Miller from the state, Bill and Judy, that was it. Nobody else showed up.
That's the one, yeah.
And I did mention to her and Bill that if they was to get another meeting as an emergency meeting scheduled, they'd still be in compliance.
Yes.
They did not do it.
Okay.
I gave them that option to schedule one and they still didn't do it. It's even in my PowerPoints online. If you can't meet quorum, schedule another meeting.
Okay, sound like it's done.
And just trying to gather all this information. We have non-functioning LEPCs right now. The money is still going to be there to help in that legal fund. Whether it's to the next adjoining county that might merge, maybe it is to help fund somebody else, but I just want us to think about is we know we've got a challenge with this. It's not that we're losing the money. There's opportunities to still spend the money and other avenues to support the effort.
So talking about thinking out of the box, things that we can do. You know, one of the things that always has bothered me is all or nothing. To like Stephanie's point, you have the meetings, but I see some places didn't get their plan in. Going to an idea where we pay for deliverables. You do the plan, you get so much money. You have your meetings, you get so much money. You do your fiscal report, you get so much money. And so if you don't have your quorum of your meetings, you lose that, but you don't lose everything. And I mean, that's not probably allowable in the current law, but that's possibility of,
Yes.
can we do that? I mean, it's not a perfect solution, but again, I just feel really badly about somebody who did everything, but maybe, and I don't know Pike County, why they weren't able to get their LEPC plan done. Did they have a plan? Did they just not submit it? Did they submit the plan, but it was just terrible? Or, I mean,
I do know our staff has gone way beyond efforts trying to get them to do something and they haven't. It's not like we just called them once or called them twice or emailed them twice. We've reached out on multiple occasions to each one of these.
well,
Jackie will come and sit down with you and walk you through the plan.
right, exactly. But years ago, the IERC, we hired people to review plans. Why don't we hire people to help the LEPCs write plans?
Again, number one, on the 8 areas you can spend money in, there's.
No. I'm not saying the LEPCs. I'm saying, why doesn't the IERC contract? We contracted with people years ago to review plans,
People to write their plans for them?
to assist them with plan writing.
Well, that's what Jackie and Melissa's been doing.
Counties already this year and got them started on their LEPC plan the last year on 50. A lot of the counties, the email that was in last year, a lot of those people were intimidated by putting it on tier 2. They didn't understand how to start it. They didn't know exactly what to do. And I was able, with 5 of my counties already this year, at least, to be able to go and show them how easy it was to put the plan in online. And a lot of them have actually said, okay, after learning this is actually a lot easier than what we were having to do before. We were having to guess what we needed to put in the plan, because this is more standardized, it's more organized. I think the plan on tier 2 is much better. And so I've got a couple more counties. They are supposed to be contacting me here in the next couple of weeks, that want me to come for hands-on training South and LEPC. And I actually.
So are they compliant this year?
And it took me about 2 hours to get their plan almost completely done. There's a couple of areas that they're gonna work on. Because they've got to update some of their information that I didn't have. And so, I think some of it was the intimidation factor of putting it in online and not knowing what. But, so I know that the plan, at least I believe, there are gonna be a lot more counties compliant this year than were last year. Because of the ones that I was able to work with.
I wouldn't be so sure. Because last year it was an option to use tier 2 manager. This year it's a requirement to use tier 2 manager. And you're gonna have counties like us that submitted the old style because we weren't able to do the tier 2 manager. I like what you're saying. I really appreciate your willingness to go out and help the LEPCs. My point is, we just talk about that the CERC does not have a lot of staff. And so I'm guessing, Jackie, in your time is very, you've got to divide it amongst a lot of different things. And so my point is, I don't know how much it would cost, but hire a contractor to do what you did. And so we don't have LEPCs that the only thing they didn't get done was the plan. I mean, we could, I don't understand why we can't do that.
My only concern would be, so next year, why do I bother doing a plan? If CERC's gonna hire a consultant to come do it for me.
Not do it for them, the system.
Well, and that's the difference.
Is once you get the plan into tier 2 manager, it's an update. But we still got people, we've always got new people. But why did we spend money, Bruce or Jim, back years ago when we hired people to review the plans? Mm-hmm. That was a cost. Staff does it now. Why did we hire people back then? Yes, Jim.
What would it cost to hire somebody in? I could solve like that.
It would probably cost a lot because that would be something that we'd have to go to our fiscal department and.
There is another option.
Why don't we just hire another staff person versus,
That's what I was gonna suggest. Divide it up like the state and have like
True.
Mike.
Because I've always heard it's easier to hire contractors than it is to hire permanent staff.
And this is where I just want to pull it back in. We're not going to solve this right now. But we do have a list of people that are non-compliant. We need to decide what we're going to do with them. But it behooves everybody in this room to be engaged to fix the problem. We've got to be, I'm committed. I need this commission to be committed is if it's a legislative change or we hire a contractor, we hire and convince whoever's in charge of our budget to hire somebody out of this fund to help. So we have, because honestly, if we stay where we're at, it's going to get nothing but worse. If we're stagnant about not making a decision, it will get worse. And I'm not about being stagnant in my business. I didn't get here because I was stagnant.
Honestly, in my 10 years of going to LEPC meetings, and I've been going to LEPC meetings for 10 years, that if you fund the ones that are non-compliant based on they missed a couple of things, the ones that were compliant this year are gonna go, well, they got funded for not being compliant, and we're not gonna do it either.
Yeah.
It's just the way they're gonna.
I agree with
And I think today is the money is not gone. It's still there.
Maybe. Because we just heard a conversation that all that money went back into the pot and you can't go back and say, this was money that.
Says that if you're not compliant this year, you don't get your money again next year.
Then why not give so we know right now that we are going to approve 68 LEPCs. So that money that was collected, divide that up amongst 68 LEPCs and not 92.
You can't do that this year because legislation specifically tells you how it has to be divided up. So to follow state law,
Right.
I don't disagree with the
We need to change
thought,
that because.
but I
what
think
we're
that's
doing
one of those legislative.
is that money, we're gonna set that money aside. It's gonna go to the general fund, and 4 or 5 years from now, it all gets mixed together. And then you guys have a overspend. And then you start pulling that money out. And it's like, well, wait a minute, was that money that you didn't spend that was part of your 10% over years? Or was that money that LEPCs didn't get because they weren't compliant? And so if that's money that LEPCs should have went to them, then that money should stay for that purpose.
So we're gonna read the law, but the way, I believe the way the law states is if LEPC is not compliant, that money reverts to the Indiana Emergency Response Commission.
Yeah, it does. It's state
It
statute.
don't say that money goes into a separate account to go back. It says it goes into the certain account.
It's a system that's broke right now. That's why we're here. It's broke. Russ,
But as far as the business, I mean, my motion stays on the table.
Russ.
I'm gonna move to table this meeting topic until later. I'm gonna table the motion. Is there a second?
Russ, you have a comment?
Just from the outside looking in, I know that, this may take some, acts at the legislature or however this needs to be done. Seems the big issue is what to do. Also, the money that's not being distributed over to the non-compliant LEPCs, where is that money going? And we're not, it seems like the commission is not happy with all the money going into one central fund. Would it please you guys to have a separate fund that would be like a slush fund where the money went from the non-compliant LEPCs over into a separate account in the future, that where some of the compliant LEPCs may need some extra funding, they would be able to petition this commission to say, listen, we're wanting to start a hazmat team. We have the people, we need the training and things like that, but we don't have the funding. We would like to submit this request, have it reviewed by, members of the commission, and then either yay or nay, or the funding is available, the funding is not available.
Let me, one correction I'd like to make. The funding is not to create hazmat teams. That money is not that for that purpose. This money,
Funding is to support hazmat teams.
Yeah, but you can't.
To support an existing team.
Stand up, have that thing there.
Okay, okay, not exactly to stand one up, but there's, some of these counties that do not have active hazmat teams, so to speak, but they still have a LEPC.
Yeah, and to do what you want to do is a legislative change. The law tells you where the money goes.
And that's
So-
one of the things that will solve this problem.
Yeah, I want to go back to his motion.
My biggest concern is anyway, my biggest concern is not the money this year, it's future money, how much
Yeah.
this first.
So
Exactly.
let's go back to Travis's motion. You want to repeat your motion?
I move to table this motion until, a later time today.
I second that.
Good motion.
And that-
Casey,
I second.
Yep, so,
so second, so all in favor?
Yeah, aye.
Got 3 ayes.
Should we do about and so. And.
I'm okay to do it later.
Yeah, so.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's only 2 injuries, so.
Do you want to count who's who on this since we have a,
Do you want a voice vote?
yeah, let's do a voice vote. Just that way we got
Okay.
a rundown documented.
David Jones,
Yes.
Michael White,
No,
Stephanie McKinney,
No.
Chris Barr, Matt Bilkey, Jeff Larimore,
Yes.
Bruce Palin,
Yes.
Jim Pridgen,
Yes.
Aaron Sims,
Yes.
Travis DeShane,
yes.
Myra McShane.
We'll talk about that later. Do we want to set a time, what, a time of day we want to bring this back
I
up?
think we need to recess this meeting and then talk about what we're gonna talk about later today and then unrecess the meeting.
Maybe do the vote just before the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Next thing on the agenda, review of hazmat awareness survey. Want to go over it? I guess I'll give a brief explanation. LEPCs, they're a vast majority of people with different exposure, different knowledge of hazardous materials, facilities. It's to help do an inventory, to know what they know, to see what they know, to see what the training needs are. And so we've put together just, it should be in your packet of questions, just to do a survey. And what I'm envisioning is giving the LEPC members the ability to take this survey and see if they know the answers. And then in turn, it would give them the answer. So it's an education in itself. But it would help us to know where the LEPC members are as far as their duties and the commission and back to that mission statement I talked about is what is their role in supporting that mission? You want to speak about your survey?
If you look at that, and you look at the survey, the first half of the survey is actually just a self-assessment for whoever's taking the survey to rate themselves on what they do, the knowledge of the subject matter is. And the second half of the survey then is a true or false, where it has an absolute correct answer, a wrong answer. And statistically, we can compare both of those to what people think they know, to what they actually know. Thereby getting a good array of idea of what the knowledge is. It also just helps people become aware of maybe what they should know, but maybe they don't know. And so, you know, we give them the correct answers, but just the false questions, just as a learning.
So at this point, just put it out there for you to review it. And I think at our next meeting, talk about, is this something we want to do? Are there questions we want to add? Do we want to rephrase some of the questions, take some of the questions out? But I think it's an opportunity, an educational piece, that just doing a survey with the LEPC members of
All right, you just say, you know, the true false questions, the answer to all of them are proof. Because I haven't made any false questions yet, because for this review purpose, I'm just saying that off. Close feature.
I have one suggestion. I would probably avoid the term hazmat awareness in the survey, just because hazmat awareness operations technician carries its own location. And so we're not really, see what I'm saying?
Have their own levels.
Well, what I'm saying is if somebody says this is hazmat awareness and somebody says, are we talking about OSHA hazmat awareness? Are we talking about? I mean, it's, I know it's a little thing, but.
trade it out, put chemical.
Or just something, I just, that using that hazmat awareness just means, might mean more to some people than.
You're mostly for the LEPCs.
I would say just knowledge of local emergency planning committees regarding their roles and responsibilities.
Anyway, just look at those questions. If you have suggestions, email them to Melissa
Okay.
and see if it's something you think's worthwhile or not. It was just an idea that,
How are we going to use the information? Because the information is going to get mailed back to you, right? The information is coming back to you. So how are you going to use the information?
Well, so we're actually wanting to use a survey method. We haven't decided actually which method we would get for the survey, but it would be online, and we had talked about possibly it being on the IEHS website, so the LEPCs could go and take the, you know, whenever they choose to take it, or if they choose to take it. So,
I mean, it's the goal to identify, well, we have some LEPCs that really don't understand the CERC. So is there going to be an educational piece to,
They'll get the answers to them right then and there when they answer the question. So the answer will pop up to
yes.
those questions.
A couple of
no, it says, as a local emergency planning committee member, I have knowledge of what reports there was something about, I have knowledge of at least 5 duties that the Indiana Emergency Response Commission is responsible for and can easily speak to someone about them. And you rate that 1 to 9. So if somebody puts a 1, then is there going to be a pop-up that
Yeah.
says, these are the 5?
The survey was simply a person's self-assessment and then rating themselves on what they believe they know. The answers to the question will come through the true false on the second half of the survey, whether it is correct or wrong. So.
So what's the point of the 1 through 9 question?
Self-assessment.
To have the level of knowledge. I go through the happening.
I'm just saying, I mean, if we're gonna ask people to answer questions, there should be a purpose.
Yeah. And
I see the purpose.
What's the purpose?
The purpose is to gain the knowledge of those who's taken it at what level, and then developing a game plan. If everybody comes in with a 1 on all these other.
Right, that was my question. What's the game plan?
That would behoove us to say, hey, we got, Chairman Jones said, we got some work to do. Now, where do we have to do the work?
Well, shouldn't we have the game plan before we do the survey?
No, we don't have to. We don't have to make a game plan. We can look at what's there. If everybody comes in with a 9, we don't need a game plan.
and at least my vision is, even if they put a 1 or a 9, after they select it,
Yes.
it would give them the answer. I don't care whether they get, whatever they select on that line, they're always going to get, what are the 5? It will give it to them. Is,
Okay.
let them take it. We'll still pick up whether they gave a 1, 2, or 3, but then they'll get the answer. And that in itself is educational piece that there's great value of. I don't really know it, and I'm going to put a 2 or 3, and then they get that.
Also too, you wouldn't have to do both parts. We wouldn't have to do the self-assessment. If we don't think that that's necessary, we could just do the true false or question type. But just statistically speaking, the statistics of a comparison of what people think that they know knowledge, they think they have to what they may actually have is just an extra statistical measure that can be done, but it doesn't have to. You don't have to actually.
But at the next meeting, come with your ideas.
Okay.
What do you want to see? Are these questions you think are good? This is a question that needs to be redone. What do we want out of it? So Travis, do you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, like, I've given them the answer, like, what's to say they're gonna read it and learn?
That's up to them. I mean,
So if we're capturing the 1s, 2s, and 3s, should we have, it's kind of like an NPS score? You know, should we focus on those that are struggling and do some education, legitimate education versus just giving the answers?
well, they're going to answer the question, then it will give them the answer.
I know that.
Yeah.
Should there be some actual education going on?
And that's,
Just giving the answer?
again, this afternoon is how do we deliver the education? You know, I think we need to. I think it's a big void in what we're doing right now. Otherwise, we wouldn't be stuck with some of the things that we're stuck with right now. Okay. Next thing on the agenda, commissioner districts and assignments. And again, this is one, I want to leave it fluid. One of the things that I believe we need to do is make a bigger connect. We need to connect with our stakeholders in this, and what we're trying to do is have each one of the commissioners assign counties. And I think this is going to help the overall is if we have some of these counties is they're actually being contacted by a commissioner who cares. Yes.
Only if does not roll over into the perusal of staff work and replacing staff work. Because as I look at this and I looked at the ones that I have, my company, et cetera, I can pick up a telephone call and call.
Yes,
But I cannot do the staff work.
yes.
I cannot go out there and sit in a meeting and help them do a plan, help them do this, that, the other. I cannot do it. And that is not the work of the commission. If we go back and look at what the commission is.
Yeah.
I can see, yeah, answer some question. This should not take the place of getting another staff member.
I agree. I think it, at least in my view, and again, take this list, and if there's things you don't think, like you think, hey, that's a staff member, at the next meeting, bring it back and say, hey, I don't mind being a contact for these counties. I can answer some things. But I agree. I don't want to put that back on, but I think it will help connect those LEPCs to an actual commissioner and calling them to see, hey, how you doing? You know,
Yeah, if it's just a sheer, if it's just, and I don't mind if there's someone up in Northwest Indiana that someone who has that assignment, picking up the phone, calling them, because we're not a commission or commissioner by region, we're commissioners for the entire state.
Yeah.
And that's state law.
Anybody else?
So we just can't carve out and just say, hey, what about region, whatever it is, region 5, you know, region 6. Just can't carve out and say region 6 when we sit there and I look north at somebody mentioned Johnson County. And if Jeff needs some help from Johnson County, they help there. But again, not to replace the staff work,
No,
not to replace
Yeah.
the staff
No.
work. And to say, get out there and visit and go to every LEPC. meeting,
No.
I cannot sign up for that.
Yeah.
Better still, I won't sign up for it.
I agree.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Long as we're clear on that.
Yeah, and you know, Indiana is so different in the different regions. You might have some people that are really engaged. Obviously, some counties you'll struggle with, you know. Again, I want you to look at this list and the next meeting, let's get some feedback about whether you feel like, hey, that's a staff function or this is what I'm gonna do. You know, I don't expect you to make facility visits. It would be nice.
Can't do it all the time.
No, I get it, you know, that if somebody would like to, you know, we have the ability to help support, and I just want to, again, not replace the staff, but have somebody that's like, if there's the contact, you know, just give us some feedback.
Okay.
give the LEPCs a main point of contact for the commission, somebody they can speak to. And I tried to select your home county and give you that region, and that was the reason why. And not only that, yes, you still have the whole staff, you know, the whole state, you know, because the commissions oversees the whole state. But these are the counties that, you know, you're making, you know, you can help out with, to help the staff out so that, you know, you guys are seeing the same issues that we're seeing. And it's not just, you know, us bringing it back to you guys.
I can carving out. I understand why we're doing that. We're missing one point though. We can go back. We need someone to cover one half of the state, a staff member to cover the other half of the state. We need somebody to stay in the office and take care of administrative. We're too short staffed. You guys are, huh?
You got that.
Okay, who's in the east half of the state?
Her,
Okay, who's in the west half of the state?
Melissa,
Okay, so why can't you guys just divide the state up with all of these and be the point of contact? You
We are.
Okay, so why do you need the
This-
commissioner?
I think it's extra help.
It's so that you guys see that we're the same issues, and see, state statute says that you guys are supposed to help with the plan and this, that, and the other. And this,
Show me that. when you get a
Well,
chance.
and the thing is, I get his point. We're a state commission. We address the state as a whole. So, I think, and I get where he's at. He can't be, and I can't be the contact for all these counties. I can't fit it in my schedule.
Yeah.
I'm just one guy.
And honestly, right to a personal level, I don't like sitting in Mumbai, India and calling in for a 3-hour meeting, which I have done. I
Yeah.
don't like working in South America, calling in for a 4-hour meeting, which I've done, or in China for a 2-hour meeting, which I've done, et cetera. But to support the staff, I'll be willing to sort of take some of that burden off of them. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. So I guess at our next meeting, just give us good feedback of where you're at with this, because I very much,
Okay.
yeah. Yes.
Sorry. Do you have a list of who is,
I will be sending out everybody's regions to everybody for the meeting, so everybody knows what.
Or everybody, who's got what regions?
Yeah.
Okay, and then will you be able to send out, or do you have a, like the meeting schedule for the LEPCs that are in your region
There is an LEPC calendar on the website,
on the website?
and you can look on there. You just click on the county. It's a lookup, the interactive map that we have set up. We also put your exercises on there as well, so if it's something you wanted to attend.
If a county is listed as inactive, does that mean we don't do anything until they become active, or
There
that
would
is a work in
be
progress?
to have, point us in the right direction, who to reach out to. Maybe if you happen to know somebody like on the commission. County commissioner,
Oh, county commission. Okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking,
no, county commission. Because we may not know who the point of contact is. Be like Ripley, I couldn't even find an EMA for there because, but I didn't know there was no EMA director in that county. I do now. They're in the process of hiring, but
I meant to, I didn't know where Rush County was.
Also, just from a knowledge standpoint, every county LEPC that I've been involved with, under me, the sheriff is always on those.
Yes.
The sheriff.
Yeah.
No, not the EMA director, not the LEPC chair, because I know several counties, the sheriff is the LEPC chair.
Yeah.
So just look up the list of sheriffs, tell them who you are, and they can be.
One piece, that person is the primary emergency contact for that county.
Exactly.
No matter what it is, the sheriff, he handles it all sometimes. All right, the next thing is just to review Indiana codes governing IERC, and we're gonna look at those this afternoon. I know there's a lot of challenges, I think, when it comes to LEPCs and funding. And even though some of these are, we don't have the answers to, I want us this afternoon to work on them, is to, because if we don't address, we're going to be the same meeting this time next year. What do we do with these? And I think everybody's got different backgrounds and expertise, and I appreciate everybody bringing those to the table, because we're the members of the commission because we do represent the different expertise in the state of Indiana to get so that our stakeholders get what is required by Indiana statute, and back to that mission about what we're trying to do. Our next meeting is in August 12th at 1 o'clock at Made. Anybody else, I guess, right now have any closing comments, and then we'll read.
PIMSA, the Pipeline Hazardous Material Safety Administration and Transcare are gonna have a, I guess it's like a conference, September 10th, 11th, and 12th. It's gonna be in Indianapolis. The PIMSA side is going to be, kind of a conference, and that they haven't assigned a hotel yet. But the Transcare side is, we're bringing in David Binder from the, Tanner Industries, and we're gonna be doing 3 live ammonia releases. We're still working on a location for that, but they're planning on having at least 50 seats available for each day. training, so there'll be more to come on that.
So is that gonna get pushed out through iHammer? Is that gonna get pushed out through iHammer, or how's the message gonna be disseminated?
It'll be pushed out through the transcript training website, and then, we'll push stuff out through, EIA.
And you say 50 seats per day,
That's what they were talking about when they were putting it together.
and is that for the whole state? 50, I mean, is the audience is gonna be anybody in the state?
Yeah, anybody can come. So, but it's gonna be in Marion County, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, chances are we're not gonna get anybody from Evansville or.
And that's 9, 10, 11, and 12.
10, 11, 12.
10, 11, 12.
We're looking at doing, CSX's East Yard over, I think it's off Sherman. To do the early release. It's pretty well.
At the government center. Let's do it at the government center.
Why not?
What, I'm sorry?
It's a friendly place to park from.
It's really fun at the Government Center. Clean it out.
Yeah, but you got a rail. I know, but.
All right, we're going to recess the meeting and then we'll take the vote later on this afternoon when it comes to the funding of the local LEPCs that have not been compliant in all their compliance issues. Have a motion to adjourn and then we'll do lunch and then come back.
Adjourn or recess?
Or recess. Yeah, motion to recess.
Recess.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Let's see here.
Are we early?
A little bit early, but I think this afternoon we'll come back and, because I think this afternoon talking about will take a while. The earlier we can get going on that. So right now so everybody want to come back at what, 12:40? 12:40
And lunch is,
upstairs, yeah. And the commission members, your lunch is covered today. And staff and.
Pretty much everybody.
I don't even know what I'm gonna want.
Yeah.
Just leave a basket of donuts right here.
Yeah.
Peanut butter stories all around.
I believe the buffet is open. So,
Better-
thank you very much.
Good
Thank
stuff,
you.
good stuff.
thanks, Steve.
When you go by, when you go through, you get your food, tell them you're with the commission.
Do we want to wear these?
Does this work when I get pulled over by a state trooper?
That works.
You may get another ticket. I don't know that Steve Jones got.
Jeff, you try it and see how it goes.
No, thank
They'll let us know.
No.
Okay, you will all.
Parking in the state garage.
Yeah, will this get us in parking at the state garage?
Oh, that would be nice. wouldn't it?
No, parking at the state garage is down. Well, we don't have to park at the state garage downtown because we're always at May.
Everybody have lunch.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You can
All
sit
right.
there, Jim.
We're gonna get rolling. I guess, it's hard to tell when you put these things together, how much you can cover. And, sometimes you put this stuff together and you go through it in an hour. It's like, what are we gonna talk about the next 4 hours? But I think we got plenty to talk about
Yes, we do.
as we move forward. Is discussion is where are we at? Both the positives and I'm just gonna call them opportunities. Because as was mentioned before lunch, as many challenges as we have, and we feel like, hey, this is a broken system, it sucks. Indiana does lead, and it's not the first time that we do a better job than most states in the United States. So the non-functioning LEPCs and the challenges of trying to help them and be able to offer resources in 92 counties with just a couple people trying to manage that, and tons and tons of tier 2 information. And I don't want us to beat up and leave the meeting thinking, man, we got so much to do. It's like anything else. We know we got challenges, and it's one of those things in life. We want to leave it better than what it was when we found it,
Exactly.
And so as we look at and both just opportunities and stuff, one of the things I want to talk about is and evaluate. These are our hazmat teams in Indiana that I plotted on a map. And so some counties have more than one. And I wanted to maybe we'll get back to it. Marion County should have, I think, was 3 there. Maybe my dots.
Well, yeah, we have 3 departments and, oh, sorry, we have 2 departments and 3 teams. Maybe soon have 1 department with 3 teams.
Yeah, so, as we look at this and their locations, I think it's key is, these highly flammable trains, the routes of hazardous materials, and then looking at, okay, we have a lot of areas that have challenges with their LEPCs and getting the support that they need. Where are we going to go and why? And that's where I go back to having a mission statement, is this is what we're here for as a commission. And we need to focus on areas and things that support that mission in trying to move forward. So one of the things I wanted that I think is we got to pay attention to. Indiana ranks 2nd out of 56 states or territories based on the total number of releases per square mile. Did we know that? We rank number 2 in the amount of spills in the country. And you're like, where'd that come from? Nobody told us, right? And whenever, hopefully this will work if I can pull this chart up. This map here, I stumbled on it. Let me get out of this so I can drive it.
On the right side.
That's not a release. Pieces.
There we go. So if we select Indiana and hit go, you get this EPA reporting, and it will tell us quick facts about Indiana as compared to the rest of the United States. And so all these on the map represent spills. Okay, and this is where I got that. Indiana ranks number 2 out of the 56 states or territories. News to me. I found that out Friday when I was putting this together.
I wonder if we just report more than other places.
Right now, we rank 2.
Well,
And this is where, to get the attention of our stakeholders, we've got to understand what the federal government's telling us. It doesn't matter if our reporting's what's eggs and apples. Right now, their site says number 2. And we are the commission that's in charge of helping with this problem.
So if we were to overlay those 2 maps to the ones you had before enacted LEPCs and everyone else, probably have a good ranking.
Mm-hmm.
And that will be a communication piece to those local fathers. If they're area specific.